Hello humans, what is up? One of my lights is not working. Hi, welcome on in. I hope you're all having the most amazing hacking time zone, oh my gosh. I had a pretty good one. I've been like really innovative today though. So I don't know if we're gonna have like a 5 hour stream today. But if I can get this light to work, oh that's the wrong app. Well, the light power works. There we go, she's on. Huge. But I will try my best. Let's continue on. Oh god, there is so much fur on the top of my mic. Where's my library? There it is. Mom's fudge. She's like finally picked up a we managed to grab her what's this candy thermometer. That's it. So we like worked out that it was not getting to a high enough temperature. Grabbed her a candy thermometer, the first batch out of the pan, I guess. Just so good. Nice and firm, beautiful. Now, let's like remember what we were up to here. We just had another like plot twist, I remember that. Go to our journal. Yeah, so she was doing the nasty with the guy that has died. And she was like literally doing it with him the moment he died. And either it was someone trying to hurt her, or, and this is my opinion, a jealous girlfriend that was the third person out of the three mercenaries has just like sniped him. I think that was back at the fishing. Now we have to go to Titus and get the other lady's name. Who else do we have to ask about the tattoos? I thought we'd cleared that up. I guess we'll have a look at that real quick. So... Did I not talk to
Officer,
her?
what brings you up here in the rain?
Yes, miss. I hope you don't mind.
No, that's not it.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee.
Lies.
Yes, we demand she be punished for deceiving us. We demand her anxiety. We demand her fear.
I wanna... Ooh, let's try this.
There may be grounds here, at least for an extended detention.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around.
I don't think we really need
She
to arrest her.
slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath. As if in the...
See, we already talked to her about this. I guess we can no longer? We can do that. What's the time? Because I remember at 2100 we have to go to the apartment block.
It's you again. What is it? Why?
Well, what do you think? We could start with this. Because she's your real leader. Civil War, the only way to solve the murder... I think it's better off if we go with this one.
Sounds like you want to push this steaming pile of shit on anyone.
Not what I
Now
said.
you pick Ruby. Well, not on my watch you won't. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroller. Fuck that shit.
I just want to talk to her.
And fuck you too, moral
He throws a glance at Titus as the last syllable leaves his lips. The big guy sighs.
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys.
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here. Think you could fuck off now?
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
From the corner of your eye, you see a little bird fly into the bush. right behind the window, behind Titus's back.
What? Do I have logic boosting items? Scan the
Starting
room.
from the right, sitting on a
Oh,
cross.
this is just
He
about
spent it,
the...
and then the M in the far corner, size in the middle. In conclusion, exactly. But none of this.
Logic. I think I'm already, like, wearing all of my plus logic clothes.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
Ooh.
Nothing.
Well, we failed our 50-50.
By now, you're almost certain there may be a sparrow's nest on one of the branches.
Perception. Do I have... I don't have like a spare skill point. Are these... Oh, they're not in... Oh, this was horrendous. Why is the scroll speed so low? Visual calculus. I think if we go in here, we can go talk to the dice lady.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice. You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good grip. No, this is going to need something else. If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry.
Equip the pry bar by...
Alright, so we need something extra, despite having turned that off. Wait, can we do another check on the body?
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding over the freezing corpse hidden inside its belly. Your arms reach out and your eyes close.
Oh, we
as
can.
if by
Huge.
their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, slippery flesh, first with your fingertips, then under the palm of your hand.
Here we go.
His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a spider, your hand crawls over his features. Everything is silent.
Ew.
The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop. A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your naked hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from the throat, and there, in the back of his mouth, above the bell of the uvula, right in the soft palate. You see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen
What?
shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius, the edges appear darkened.
What have we
An
found?
abrasion collar. This is what we're after.
I see it.
What is an abrasion collar?
A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound. Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth, right into his brainstem.
Feel around first?
The basal ganglia feels clumpy. The bullet has torn apart his reptilian complex.
So it went like through and up?
This man will never sleep again, never wake. Your fingers slide into the remains of his limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres. This is what he used to regulate his emotions with. The lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen on paper. Your fingers are all
Deeper
the
we
way
go?
in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow. Your fingers reach toward his skull. His cerebral cortex feels like jelly.
This is so
Cold
gross.
jelly. Strange fluid streams down your wrist as you push deeper until you feel it on the tip of your finger.
But-
Sharp, serrated material. The edges cut right into your skin. This must be the bullet.
Oh, we got a crit. Huge.
You pick the sharp metal bullet between your index and middle finger. With your face twisting from pain and concentration, all you need to do is just...
Good, good.
The inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like a glove. Sweat dripping down your brow. Careful not to lose the prize between your fingers. With a plop, your hand emerges from the mouth,
Oh, huge.
covered
A
in
level
blood,
up.
up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower, a blossom made of lead.
A bullet.
Drop it in.
The bullet falls in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says,
A non-caliber. Rifled. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact.
So it did come from a rifle.
No, you deserve it. We can log it later. Looks like we need to add one more item to your injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion collar. Soft palate, back of mouth. High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. How does that sound?
Sounds correct.
Fatal injury.
This concurs with the Hardy Boys story and classes.
And one last thing. We should demand injury number 3, ligament mark. Treatment. It's obvious the Hardy Boys tampered with it. I had my doubts. There were no signs of a struggle on his hands, no claw marks on his neck. But still.
Well, we kind of already knew
His
that.
brow furrows while his eyes glaze over. The lieutenant looks regretful for not figuring this out before.
I think I need to wash myself.
Oh, you really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rags should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening.
I
Yes, we should
won't
take a
be
closer
sleeping
look at it.
there.
I am certain it has more to tell us.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
What'll happen
We
next?
bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day. Work on the case. Tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in a neighborhood like this. I'll leave that choice to you. And one more thing. Great work, detective.
The word lingers in the air of the basement. Far away, ice cream makers are buzzing, and the sea wind blows outside. Detective.
After you bag the corpse, Lieutenant Kitsuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You can do side tasks and even the main case, but it might be more difficult. Plan his exit accordingly.
Interesting. I don't think we need Kim for doing the rest of the things we want to do today.
All right. I will need a little help carrying him. You take the hands, I'll take the legs.
Because we're basically going to go talk to the lady and then do... the task that requires us to go... Yeah. Past 2100.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Got some questions
More
on
lessons in
reality.
basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
What is all of this? The scent, the sound, the air.
What world? The only one, I suppose.
No,
The
there's
world of
multiple
matter.
worlds.
And its pale antipode. Of bodies of water and forest-covered surfaces, clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough. There is a term of endearment they coined for it, in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included. Elysium.
Oh, that's the title of the game. Need to...
It does. There are those who would call it hell. A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
I think I'm gonna clear picture.
Let's. I am, after all, bourgeois and female. Hardly the perfect ambassador for the world.
What is acute encephalopathy?
It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia. It's quite serious. You should get yourself checked out.
What causes it?
Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
Definitely the
She
drinking.
nods slowly.
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. The 1,000th of a second too late.
I would say not too late. Too late for what?
For the big time.
The big time?
The
Question mark?
revolution.
What is it about the revolution?
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Would you say it's a bunch of apes
Why,
duking
of
it out?
course. We're talking Duke Out Central. Full swing intraspecies warfare.
And the apes, were they
No.
evil?
I would say the apes were neutral.
This is starting to come out really good looking shit. They're... Ooh, okay,
On the
neutral.
other hand,
She turns toward the bombed out buildings, lining the waterfront.
It takes time for the apes to change and work. Perhaps what happened here was part of that time and part of that work.
One would assume so.
those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution.
Oh,
But the
yikes.
communists, they all got shot in the head.
Communism that has failed.
And the anarchists, too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
She likes the totality of it.
Did they shoot back?
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Oh my lord, that's so many.
Yes. The Red Deluge. The Insulindian Deluge, they call it. Yes. An acute thiamine deficiency can be exacerbated by alcoholism. Exacerbated means made worse. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head.
Oh
Or
my
thrown
god.
beneath a horse. Or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
Cowardly king.
I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing. So he got out alive, and his nephew Fricelle got shot in his place.
Yeah, that's pretty cowardly.
Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist
Smart,
kinsmen.
but still, like,
It was a
cowardly.
wild time. The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
What do you mean by liberals?
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. the beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the Ultras, or Ultra-Liberals. They fared well. They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
I see.
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
You said the Liberals took everyone?
The Liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
Ooh. This sounds awfully
The
political.
coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
Moralist?
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head.
Well, I believe in one of those things.
At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
I see.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
I don't like any of the ways that they've described these political people. So we'll go with this one, because it seems like the moralist is the more hopeful
A
one.
devout man of the center. Hard to come by. It's good to have someone who takes a moderate approach to head shooting. In your line of work, I mean.
When?
The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
Oh, yikes. Who started it?
It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government.
Is this like a metaphor for Corona?
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
What came next?
Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
What is the zone of
A
control?
city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the coalition of nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
Of course.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune.
Oh, this truly is some deep lore. What happened to the rest of the
Modernity.
world?
They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication. Telematic milieus, radiation, coloured plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
So we're like stuck in the past?
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Time flies. The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell.
And
The
after?
30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
All that untaxed income must have fueled the new. That can only mean one thing.
Then were they?
No. It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash, an Isla-wide hangover, you might say. And here we are. Welcome to reality, baby.
Alright. We got our level. We got like half an hour
For her
past.
to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
This is a... I don't think we have to continue this conversation anymore.
They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
I wonder, can we increase our spirit call?
Glad to have been of assistance. The little...
Chemistry. Damn, it's all of our jackets. How much does like 1 point increase?
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate political opinions somewhere in Martinez.
It's because I keep on saying none of the
It's
above.
also about that, but it's also more. Perhaps it's the hangover. Perhaps it's a temporary surge of serotonin, but something tells you
Oh, we
it's
changing
time
cops?
to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience.
Where is this kingdom?
It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only been achieved a handful of times.
How do you bring about...
Incrementally. History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place. Too quickly.
Interesting. I would be saying
That's
they
the
were brought about by
genius of
greed.
Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually, increment by increment.
That like kind of makes sense. What about the things that are wrong? Wait, no, what's it like?
The kingdom is difficult to comprehend and even more difficult to describe. Partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The kingdom of conscience is post-capitalist, post-national. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual.
Alright.
Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. Did you miss the part about compromising and taking things slow?
Let's get it there
That's right.
eventually.
Remember, real democracy is just around the corner for Revachol. When that real democracy kicks in, a long time from now, we are all going to be so much happier.
What does this kingdom of conscience do? We're not getting any, like, bonuses to logic. Moralist dialogue options heal morale. Volition and logic plus 5 to their cap.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope. I don't need one myself, you see. Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic, repels water, almost magically. The company makes them for offshore platform personnel. Very sturdy.
Interesting.
What I can do for you is answer some questions. Nothing like talking to pass a rainy day. I fear I've told you all I know. It's an Oranese map of the waterways, or some version of it. His platoon members? The other contractors, though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. Do what you have to do, Detective Dubois. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security, but if you should wade into the mob, is there anything else I can help you with?
Interesting.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead.
Oh,
6 kilometers
hell
southwest
yeah.
of the Valley of Dogs. Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass.
Wait, this is my happy place?
To his
Ooh.
left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again. We always do.
What am I?
You're an officer of the RCA. Preciso Mundo. Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective. Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin. The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
Basically a thrall of foreign interests.
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent provisional rulers like it. Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you.
Damn,
The
why?
post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown.
Ooh. I remember
They
that. That was
called
like
it
the citizens doing it.
International Zone, because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative. They will never forgive you. So permit me to conclude with this. Who you are to me is the police, the only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, glad to have been of assistance.
That's it for now. Oh, we'll take this. What is this over here? Have we looked in there? I guess we have. I think we need to go... this way... Visit apartment 28. Is there like a number here? Oh. I think it's one of these three. It is.
And appears to
Alright. Yeah, this is where we... and there was another thing we had to do in here. We need... I have done that. I for sure have my badge somewhere like here, right?
the bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp. Kim has filled out the label on the bag with the item number, case number, and date and location the bullet was found. The squashed bullet has some sharp edges where the jacket has split open. It feels cold, even through the bag. You wouldn't ordinarily have cause to handle jacketed bullets. The citizens' militia uses cast bullets only. Little pebbles of metal loaded from the muzzle, usually in a cartridge.
It's definitely come from the lady...
The squished little thing.
mercenary
has no
then.
idea. I know. You should find the gun that shot this bullet. That sounds like something a police detective would do. First, you should learn all you can about this little guy. Then find the gun that shot it and the person that gun belongs to. He used it to kill your victim. Neato.
Inspect
The
it
jacket
closer?
of the bullet is made of a yellowish metal. It has blossomed out to reveal a dark grey core. The base of the bullet is close to 5 millimeters in diameter.
Look at the
You
jacket.
can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hairlines, linear. It feels standard.
Look at the core.
It's quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are still lodged in the wound. What's interesting about the bullet thus far? A jacketed bullet, which would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, not from a muzzle loader like those typically found on the streets of Martinez. Very interesting. You have an unusual military-grade bullet in your hand. Now all you need is to find a gun that could fire it.
Can we do this?
A rifle.
Oh, baby, we
Revolutionary
can.
Period. Your bullet looks to be an old 4.46 millimeter from the surplus left over from the turn of the century. Probably an antique or a retrofitted antique.
Me?
The 4.46 caliber was widely used with the Belmargrave rifle, a Revacholian manufacturer. The BM dominated the battlefields of the Insulindian theater of the anti-centennial revolution 50 years ago.
Anyone still making these
But
rifles?
Zeliger, a major firearm manufacturer, ended up with a surplus after the war. So there are still a lot of these old military rifles floating around, usually broken. The quality was appalling.
We did find like a rifle case earlier.
Antiques enthusiasts, guerrilla fighters in distant countries, a few lucky jamrock bangers. You're looking for a well-preserved antique, most likely. Back at the station, the lieutenant is standing at a counter, diligently filling out paperwork to hand over to a tired records clerk. You should share your findings with him as soon as possible.
Alright. Yeah, there it is.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. The man in the photo looks at you
That's
solemnly.
strange that I need to...
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and, in the lower right corner, your precinct.
Look at the
The
folder.
man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that. But the badge is new. You used an old photo for a new badge.
Well, obviously he has self-image
8,
issues.
maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good-looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns. What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it does on you now. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark.
Alright, chat. we have once again reached time for a self-care ad break. This, of course, means it's time to stand up and move your body around if you've been sitting down for a while. Make sure you're, like, nice and limbered up. And, of course, if you can't stand up, don't worry about it, friends. Stay seated, adjust your posture if you can. Make sure everything's running healthily. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads, get rid of the pre-rolls, help the stream out with discoverability. Then I'll be back after that. Thank you all so hecka much for hanging out. I appreciate you. me hello though. I'm back. We have like 3 minutes, so we may as well look at more of our photo.
This document confirms it. Harriet Dubois, i.e., Harry is really your name. That's what it says on the badge. No more information is provided.
Lieutenant 2JFR, I'm not sure about.
You should look at the badge when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is around. He could help you make sense of all this.
Oh, good idea.
The badge in your hand shines as you rotate. The porter reel is just what you needed. The reel's attached to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader.
Press play on the tape.
You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing. It sounds like someone's moving in the room, getting comfortable. Then the organ starts playing a simple, melancholic tune, echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in.
Oh, old mate's like appeared to our right.
Telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad.
Oh, this might be what we need for
Within seconds,
karaoke.
you know, this is the one, the real shit you've been looking for. The one you trust your room to that Claudia told you about. Perform it.
All right.
A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape. Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And you already know the lyrics since you've listened to it like 1,000,000 times.
All right, we might try and do that after we
Yep.
talk to this guy.
They're all here. All 3 verses. And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one obstacle stands on your way.
What?
Gart. You have to convince Gart to let you sing karaoke in the whirling. After you've won him over, you can express yourself. Let the pain out. Make everyone understand.
Interesting. Isa, can we have a chat, please?
Gendarmerie, you found me.
The young man on the balcony gives you a bright smile before taking another drag from his
The
cigarette.
slender figure is backlit by city lights. Its distant streets and motorways flashing like diamonds.
Yes, the cleaning lady let me in. She also let me to your
Beautiful.
apartment. He replies, smiling. He looks at you. Something sparkles in his
So
eyes.
tell me, are you here to make things right again?
That's what I was aiming for,
Beautiful.
yes. A nearby street lamp casts shadows on his chin, drawing out the slender
I
cheekbones.
have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello.
Oh.
Step in. He's already waiting. Mm-hmm.
I'm really digging
That's
the
why I chose
view.
this place. Martinez is special, isn't it?
Kinda. First I want to talk to you. I have so many
That's
questions.
nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag off his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark and the neighboring windows have lit up one by one. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush.
Besides, I've got to run.
I just found
Just
you
look
again.
at it. It's a beautiful night. Who's going to stay in on a night like this?
Oh, do you have another doctor's appointment?
We'll talk. Just not tonight.
Through the hair?
Take care, alright?
Oh, we've got a few levels up our belt.
And he's gone again. Looks like it's becoming a theme for him.
We don't need like +5 on logic like that thing said. Alright, we'll go in. Talk to the Sunday friend. Expensive men's perfume lingers in the air. Did I look under here?
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
Just one.
You shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. For some reason, you feel this man is your superior. Superior, but he's not in the command chain.
Oh?
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Monsieur Laclé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
Hanging? What a drag. He seems like a cultured gentleman. You should ask him about the finer things.
Before we go on, I have to inquire about this wonderful canopy.
Oh yes, my friend has a great eye for these things. He refuses to tell me where it came from. It's a mystery. I believe they call this type of frame industrial. It's very comfy.
Well, as long as you're comfortable.
That's really all I can tell you about it.
What's an official like you doing
The
in
coalition
Martinique?
is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled.
That means nothing?
The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
What is the price to stability?
It is the most important thing.
That doesn't tell me anything.
It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining high levels of employment, which is essential for maintaining the social stability.
Which doesn't answer my question.
Take your daily bread, for example. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce.
I don't know about deflation.
That's why the Institute of Price Stabilité works to keep inflation just below 2%.
Why not just keep it stable?
But not too far below, no. Too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%. The coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability.
No, I'm
is
good.
one of a sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability is
He
the
really
very
is a
life of the
politician.
moral intern. It's the reason why I identify as a moralist.
Trying to, like, convince us all that he should still have a job when he clearly does absolutely nothing for the good of us.
But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our information line. Making information available is part of the Moral Intern's commitment to transparency.
I don't think I'll be doing that, no. What are you doing here in this apartment?
Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here.
Undoing the material Are you, like, unable to speak?
Yes, as I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stability. This is one of the main projects of the Moral Intern.
What is going on with this knitting?
Wait, there isn't actually an Institute of Price Stability, is there? Or maybe there is. God, it's impossible to understand whether someone from the Moral Intern is joking or not.
I've heard about this moral intern before. I want to know
It's
more.
the International Organization for Moralists, hence Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the Coalition.
Are you a
Of
moralist?
course.
But
Because moralists
why?
believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values.
And yet you're here destabilizing the world by making sure that the prices of everything go up always.
Martinez? No. Martinez is something else.
What about the rest of Revachol?
Rivachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet achieved full democracy. But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking.
It's like every time I'm talking to people, I'm choosing option D, none of the above. Is that moralism? I am agreeing with 3, though.
Ah,
Democracy
my
is
friend.
meaningless sham.
But the lesson of the revolution is that communism does not work.
No, I don't think that's what the lesson actually is. It's that communism is often the failed state of socialism. Don't quote me on that, though, because I'm not quite sure how this works, and I would like to do more research.
It's moving towards the right direction, and that's all that matters. Progress is measured in centimeters, my friend. Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
I don't particularly
Whatever
care
you
about
wish,
this.
officer.
You actually
I'm
witnessed
sorry to
anything?
say I did, officer.
He didn't see the hanging. He saw the little show staged by the Hardys. Let him talk. He may know more than even he knows.
Start from the beginning, if you don't mind.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
He holds out his hands and blossoms his fingers, like a drama teacher setting the scene.
Meaning
No.
it was
I mean,
entertaining?
it was so strange. I could barely believe what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I
Interesting.
understood. I should not be seeing this.
I think we've got the picture. Anything else stand
Only
out?
that there were about 8 or 10. I couldn't make out anything. It was so dark. And it was quiet. Quietest lynching I've ever heard of, let alone heard. But I suspect you knew that already. I can't say I'm surprised. The fine reputation of the men and women serving in the RCM is well deserved.
Can you tell me about your friend?
Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters.
I think this guy is just like a closeted businessman here for his weekly experience with another human.
I'm just enjoying the view.
It's dark outside?
Listen,
A baby is crying in the neighboring apartment.
no, listen. The Insulindian Bay.
What about it?
This place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. Apartments, of course, were much bigger then. A few walls have been added here and there, leaving some of the tenants without a private bathroom or a kitchen.
An interesting way to rebuild?
But the million real view stays. You can't take that away.
I don't think we really... Oh, that's such a boring capitalist illusion.
My friend comes
Paying
and
extra
goes.
because the environment is
I'm
pretty.
sure you've seen him around. He's a busy bee.
A busy bee? What an odd choice of words.
You still haven't told me who he is.
Sorry? Who?
Your friend, the smoker on the balcony.
But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education.
Yeah, that's not his name.
Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. It is a cornerstone of our civilization.
So all you can tell me about him is that he's here to
He's
study
deeply
the art.
enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes.
Wow, this guy's such a politician. Fuck me.
As though you weren't envious enough of the boy as is.
He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth like him.
What's
Kedra is a
Kedra?
candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue.
What do you mean?
That it's never going to happen. They entered negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since.
What is the AP you keep talking about?
EPIS is a very special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental nations. It began as a unified system of weights and measures, which proved to be a wild success. Nothing but kilograms and centimeters as far as the eye can see.
God, yes, sweet standardization, the backbone of rationality and commerce.
It was such a wild success that we expanded it into an economic union for the processing of steel. Another success. And between you and me, the Moral Intern feels emboldened by this success. Emboldened to take EPIS to the next level.
Oh no, that sounds horrible. What does it stand for?
Why, it stands for progress and stability, like the Moral Intern.
What do the letters
It's been
stand
such a
for?
wild, extraordinary success thus far. We are very excited to take it to the next level.
You didn't even know the words I'm saying, do
A
you?
supranational political alliance. You mean Revachol? No, it's going to have transparent democracy.
I'm done talking to this person.
It's one day going to be a candidate.
Except that candidate members never become full members, do they?
No, candidate members do become members. Why do we even have the whole system in place if they don't? It just takes time. Time? But we were talking about my friend here, not politics.
Exactly.
How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulan Peninsula? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for years? Au contraire, it's how millions of people end up where they are. Meeting the people they meet. It's how I came here, and my friend too.
I have
I'm
something else
all
in
ears,
mind.
Officer. A moment, officer.
No.
Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave.
Why can't we talk later?
It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well.
So your boyfriend broke up with
That's
you?
not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't be seen loitering around in underprivileged young men's apartments in the middle of the night.
My work here might be... Oh, I might like...
Sure, go ahead.
I don't think we have anything else here. Oh, we have a +1 logic on the hat, though. Alright, nothing else here.
You have acquired the hat. Keep it, officer. It looks good on you. Of course.
Wait, what if I put on the robe? Drama and electric and...
Was there anything else?
No, it looks
Of
like we're
course.
done here. Can we... Oh, wait, what's up here? Oh, this is at the factory.
A weathered brown door. Something smells.
I think this is the way out.
Hey, was there something you needed? No, you don't. It's not happening.
You need to approach this situation logically. Ask him why he has the PA system installed if you can't use it.
We did pass that rhetoric check, so we may as well do what the game says.
It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of 44.
What happened in 44?
A lot of people got killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke.
What?
Okay, yes, it's for some clients. Ha! Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
I have a tape.
He's lying. But whatever, you don't really need his lame tracks. The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown. Hard. This is the look of a man who's defeated. He knows he's out of excuses.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just
Hell yeah.
I'll plug it in for you. Damn this...
I'm having it uninstalled, he mumbles to himself. The stage is all set up for your performance. Feels silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet.
Oh, we sing a
You
sad
feel
song?
a little dizzy, a little unsteady suddenly.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
Oh, we have a 9 drummer? Hell yeah, hit play.
The air is thick with anticipation. Someone dims the lights as the music starts. Okay, here we go.
Oh?
I would often go there, to the tiny church there,
He's just kind of like speaking the song.
the smallest church in Saint-Saëns. Though it once was larger, how the realm may rest there. Down through the mist there, toward the Seven Sisters, toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there, in that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here,
He's got such a gruff voice.
looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters at all.
Oh, 38, say hell yeah.
A lazy applause fills the room. You feel your hands shake as awareness of your body returns to you.
Good, good. Are we ready? I want to unplug the microphone now.
Last words?
Leave enigmatically. I think that's everything we can do here. Oh, I do want to... go upstairs in this thing? Talk to the lady in this corridor up here. See if I can get another dice.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for... I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can only produce one die per customer.
Damn. Alright. I think the upstairs room will be locked, but we can... go in here.
It's getting late and it's snowing.
Is there like...
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin. Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor.
I wonder if our profile picture will change.
Remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender, the air brushing against it chilly. They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you.
Oh, it does. That's so
As if
cool.
you just came from a cold bath. Scrubbing all the necrotic tissue off your hands takes a while. The fingernails are especially hard. Death has made its way into every nook and cranny.
Oh god, we can clean it off here.
Should have used gloves. Detectives use gloves when they go rummaging around in someone's dead brain. But man persists, and finally, your bruised hands look clean and presentable. Sort of. The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe. You almost look like a professional. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it. The expression.
Do electrochemistry items. Physical, conceptual...
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it. The expression fixed to your clean-shaven face. It's like something snaps in you. A nerve ending. A thought. A sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clean of the layer that had distorted it for God knows how long.
Continue.
Just like that, it's over. The running gag that your life had become. A sad old man looks back at you.
A profile picture has changed as well.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest. Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft and sheets warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away.
And then...
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street.
Recorded in you forever on ferrotape.
Tell me, am I dreaming?
No, you're spinning tapes at the discotheque. The great unceasing disco of the mind. The flash. The bang. The endless learning experience.
Spinning in eternity.
On and on it goes, for untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising, rising, above the dark curvature, the great wingspan of sleep, studded with stars.
What is this meant to be?
Behold, there are millions of them down there.
It's the world, Harry boy, and you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself. You can never forget this.
This is like really useless. There's no like exposition here. It's just like someone trying to flex their like creative writing muscles.
Beautiful. It's stuck on loop, whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent, picking up litter and old newspapers, collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless, meaningless keepsakes.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this.
Will I though?
One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
You're not very good for knowing things. You're good for remembering how to survive. Please go back to take care of my breathing system.
For the money, baby. For the greater good.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world. There he goes again. He's a real political animal, our Harry. He still doesn't see that it's the world changing around him.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
So... I went to bed at like 10, that would make it 1 a.m.
Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world. One conversation at a time.
And yet here we are at 7:30.
Good. You're up. Listen, there's something that's been bothering you for a few days now.
Speak to me, empathy.
It's a suspicion, or a feeling really, that things are not quite in hand around here.
Well, yeah.
An earth-shattering deduction from your psyche. What will those guys come up with next? Every day, things seem to spin more and more wildly, out of control. The center isn't holding. And despite your efforts to moderate and contain these energies, things only seem to be getting worse.
Things were going pretty well.
Oh, sure. You've been making progress on your case, interviewing people, solving side tasks.
But
who's focusing on the big questions?
What am I supposed to do?
You've got to find out who bears la responsabilité.
And what is that?
The most awesome, terrible thing.
That doesn't answer my question.
It is human nature to crave la responsabilité and to deny it. That's why it must be distributed across many different organizations, agencies, offices, and portfolios.
Alright, I'll accept responsibility.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. This isn't some kind of dictatorship. You can't simply seize la responsabilité for yourself. It must be given by a legitimate authority. Like a committee.
And who should sit on this committee?
Only the most even-keeled minds in Martinez.
Am I suddenly running for mayor of Martinez?
Your half-brother, the lieutenant, is a natural place to start.
My who, brother?
Together, you'll be able to discover who has la responsabilité in Revachol. And, if necessary, you'll have the wisdom and expertise to assign it among yourselves. Most likely, your findings will be collected in a report, which will be carefully reviewed by your superiors. Once they've reviewed it, those same superiors will produce a set of recommendations to be taken up at the next meeting of the Standing Committee. Rest assured, no matter what happens, it will be done through the proper channels.
Alright, sure, I'll take it.
Your report is eagerly anticipated. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see...
Are you coming, King? Good morning. Oh, can we inventory items? Tools? Interact. This.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is...
Lieutenant W. Freighter. The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant. The title of Yefreighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice. thus your double freighter.
I see. So we've declined. We want to stay in the field.
There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant.
What's decompose?
Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol citizens' militia. It means counting down to twos.
The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the revolution, which, in turn,
is this not just the Sith?
Last century experimental psychologists in the University of Königstein.
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kings.
Kinky.
Kings like satellite officers and the additionally a freighter rank I already explained.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
Satellite
You're
officer?
given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite. No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work.
Well, good to hear.
Matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
He trusts you, for now. Try not to spoil it. Such a small yet precious thing.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure.
The numbers are not there for good measure. They have an administrative purpose, one that's unfortunately been erased from your memory.
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter.
That would make sense.
A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
The case created a lot of edge you have to take off. The death march really gets us going. You're pretty sure you weren't doing well, but better? Probably yes.
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41, like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor, a lot of asphalt. The 41st is... It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
I see.
But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiaeva.
Roberts, Feuerbach, Dimitri. Suddenly, names from your decomptage flash in your forebrain.
Oh, our memory returns.
He knew all those people, although they're not from his station. They must be big. And you? Is it an honor to work with you? Don't ask him, ask yourself. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light.
Or can we fast travel from here? Back to the waterfront. Put on all the logic clothing we can. I think we already did that, right? None of this is minus logic, right? Mm. I think that's the smoker guy.
It's you again. What is it?
Nothing is happening. The pieces are there, but they remain unconnected. Sorry, you're not coming up with anything. Again, there we go. Your mind is a relaxed muscle. It's so nice and easy to give up, isn't it? On the downside, you have no idea what you were supposed to do now. I could have debriefed you.
Oh. Do I have to re-talk to him?
It's you again. What is it?
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single thought.
Why are you so sure Ruby didn't off him?
That's what you were squinting at. You were trying to come up with a theory, weren't you? That she did it.
Yeah, he was cobbling together shit so he could put her away. It's RCM 101.
Nope. Again,
Well,
I just
that
want to talk to
all
her.
kinda set your mind at ease then. She didn't do it. She was here all night.
Do you have a non-you guys
Sunday
alibi?
night, 11:30 to 12:15. She was here all that time?
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
No.
Oh. I guess we'll continue this conversation after this self-care ad break, huh? This, of course, means it's time to stand up and have a stretch if you've been sitting down for a while. And of course, if you can't stand up, don't worry about it. Friends, that's okay. Just make sure that you give your body a posture readjusting if you can. Try your best to move around. I'm gonna run 3 minutes of ads, get rid of the pre-rolls of the story email with discoverability, and all that jazz. Go fill up my water and then I'll be back. Thank you all so heckin' much for hanging out. I appreciate you. path I have turned.
That's a lie.
You know that's not the case.
All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry. We're not getting into what that operation is again, Culp.
It's okay, I already know it's drugs.
And just 'cause she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot him. I've been through this. It's not plausible.
He's been through it. That means he's suspected her too.
Ooh.
All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
You do agree the shot came from the roof,
Why?
right?
You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinez.
Interesting.
Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was a sniper. It was close up.
Maybe I was wrong.
Nah, the only way up there is through Clausia's room.
Maybe there's more? How much do you guys know about this
We've
place?
only been drinking here for what? 6 years? How much do we know?
Been thinking of getting wilding in racks. That is on my ass, boss.
There you go. Tatted on his ass. We know the place.
There's a locked door in the kitchen and another on the roof. Ever been through those?
No, but that doesn't prove anything.
No, but it gives me a reasonable suspicion.
It's just 2 dolls. We're not giving you Ruby for that. She's one of us.
What if those 2 doors are connected, Eugene? Is that your name, Eugene? If they are connected, she could have gone to the kitchen, gone up, shot him on the roof, then come down. All in 5 minutes. How about that?
Kim's not wrong.
She could have. This is one long shot. All right, I'll play alone. Those 2 doors of yours, the winch connects them with some kind of dumb waiter.
It's called an elevator?
What winch? Where's the winch?
On the side of the building, you can see it from the harbor. You want to be a lieutenant, you gotta keep your eyes peeled.
I've seen the winch.
Fuck off, man.
He knows Eugene is more lieutenant material than he is.
Ooh. Get wrecked. We have firmly established that Ruby could have had access to the roof of the manor shop.
Firmly. Try shit on a stick. All you've established is a possible route to the roof that you haven't found. And even then, a route doesn't put that bullet in the Burke's head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2, murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt, in the shape of a gun. Just don't contradict yourself. If it doesn't sound like Ruby did it, maybe keep it to yourself.
Good
But what if you miss interesting information that way? The choice is ultimately yours. But
So...
So it had to come from a breech-loading rifle. Military grade. Not even you militia monkeys have those.
Mm-hmm.
This goes against your short-range theory. If the murder weapon was military grade, how did Ruby get it?
wait, did he say you don't have big guns?
Right. That's mighty forthcoming of you. So, let me extend
I think he knows a little bit more about the police than he's letting on.
connected to you know what.
Organized crime. Down in Jamrock, probably. He's not being too forthcoming. This is not a surprise.
Makes sense.
So she may have access to semi-automatics, but that's a long fucking stretch of the imagination.
Is it though?
You lost your gun?
What an idiot!
Tell me, did you lose it before the murder?
You
didn't. And Ruby didn't use your lost gun to kill him.
Oh, that was on me.
Stop thinking about your lost gun.
This was merely a thought exercise. He did not lose his gun. Let's move on.
Then why the fuck was he asking you for your gun, huh? When he tried shooting himself or some shit. Because he doesn't...
That's a solid logic structure. Do something. This is bad.
God damn. That's just about your favorite topic, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Every fucking 5 seconds.
Because it's relevant, bro.
Trouble. This is Revachol. Even the roid heads in the gym had a carbine. No one has trouble getting a gun. I still never saw her carry one.
He must be referencing some past case of theirs. He's angry because he knows you're right. What he's saying only confirms your theory.
I've definitely got some minuses on the next roll we'll have to make.
I don't know, Cop. Why don't you find your lost gun first?
Easy now, Al. This isn't comedy hour.
Titus, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Phase 3. Motive. The last component.
And I suppose you have a theory on that.
She could have just been covering up for herself.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan, if I'd have been first.
Could you really have, though? You all seem really
Time
unintelligent.
for a logics demonstration. He scoffs.
Think. You kill him, get up there, Shoot him. Get down.
Would you prefer to go on trial with your friends as part of a lynch mob, or alone for committing murder?
Silent.
If she used us to cover her own shit up, well, that's a serious violation of the Hardy Code, boss.
Which is why she didn't. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Is it though?
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good.
Titus, you have to see it. Things don't add up. We need to talk to her.
He looks around the room. The old man in the corner nods. A very small nod, and a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip. This is the only option he cares for.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about, ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions.
Go on.
I don't know. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. Want to know why?
Why?
She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that.
Very good. We've made some progress. When did she leave?
Friday afternoon, when you first arrived. I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation.
What was she scared of?
I told you.
Me?
No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
Interesting.
It seems you have that effect, especially on women.
Right. That's the second one now who's trying to flee you.
The first one was my wife that I'm pretty sure we were, like, not good to.
You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure. She said you have a funny taste in clothes and that you won't stop.
I mean, she's right.
Until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other, open them up like cans.
And then when they're all empty, just move on to the next can. Don't look back unless there was something you missed.
Interesting metaphor.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having a go on with our lives kind of day, Al. How about you?
It's not an actual question. Silence. He nods.
Is that true, Kim?
You are insistent.
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips.
Do you have any
This called Pete.
clues?
But she's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Damn, Al.
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
She's not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn.
Have you looked for her?
On the coast.
Where have you looked for her?
Wait, is she the
More
church
precisely.
lady?
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlock. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there.
Who's doing this looking? They're all here.
Who's out
Guess
there?
he needed some air.
So she didn't go to tell
No one goes
Everett.
to tell Everard anything. He knows what he has to know. Fast.
It's called a radio, you believe. The gardener may have played you a game when she stormed out. She has her own plan.
Hmm.
Sure, there's some shithouses there. A cinder block town. The fisherfolk there refuse to unionize. So, that's one place we haven't looked.
We can
I
go
hear
back
they
there.
have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
Isn't that where I'm
We
sleeping?
will start there. One more question. What does Ruby look like?
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a Lowry man. The what now? I have no idea. Boys?
Alright. So he knows nothing about the Yulin frequencies?
She said she's building a pale emitter.
What?
We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing Yulon frequencies and a pale something. I don't know more.
This guy barely understands what he's talking about.
Thanks, Angus.
There you have it. Pale something. It'll have to.
You know what?
His
Thanks.
grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
Perception sight. We can do one. I think it's this. Do we have clothes for perception? That's -1.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the... There's a yellow ribbon tied to one of the branches.
Ooh.
Faded with time. A tiny splash of color in the blackness of the thicket. Hanging from it, a bronze key. Someone hid the key in the bush and attached a yellow ribbon to make it easier to find. It's close enough to the
Interesting.
latch up there. One can slide it open and just take it. Surely not a coincidence.
Huh?
I don't know about that. I'm comfortable here. Don't think any sliding would really help right now.
Sorry, fucko. Looks like you're gonna have to go bush diving. Good fucking luck with that. The Hawthorne's got a bitch of a bite.
I'm gonna enjoy the sight of you in the bushes out there.
With a loud thud, the old man stands up, pushes the window open, grabs the key from the hawthorn branch, and slides it across the table to you.
Thanks, bro.
The key is brass. Workshop spare is etched into its bow. The old man closes the window and sits back down in silence.
Bunch of stuck-up nerdos.
Come on, man. We were just having some fun. Where's the harm in...
I'm tired of listening to your shit.
He seems like the kind of guy that would respond to a thank you.
Don't thank me. I don't give two shits about your key.
There is a silence around this man's words. Unlike Titus, they're afraid of him. That's the type of respect he commands.
Ooh.
Didn't even know it was there. Boys.
No idea.
Never even seen it. Someone must have hidden it there before this room became our place.
Your secret root theory?
Yeah, that
You're
one.
Grasping for straws, cop man. Why'd she put it back if it's hers? A little wisdom from old Titus. Not everything is connected to one thing. Keys just lie around. It's a messy world.
Into the kitchen.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. The key fits the dimple lock. It takes a bit of effort to turn it after all these years, but then the lock clicks.
Ooh.
The darkness before you smells like engine grease and cut wood.
In we go. Also pinball machines? NB, the spare key is tied to a push outside the window?
Over there, in the corner.
The pinball
Not
machine?
just any pinball machine. This is the pinnacle of pinball. Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats. It's lit. You can't wait to get your hands on it.
Huh?
Lit. A phrase almost synonymous with the Insulindian pinball scene. Any pinball scene, really.
Kim, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
The pinball machine. Gordy's Goats, a classic.
Ooh, wait, you played it?
A little. Ah, great.
Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats reads the golden lettering on top of the back box. There's a small column of text underneath. The machine is coin-operated. Get the game on, Fingerboy. Those flippers are ready. Above the painting of a mustached man climbing a hill, a column reads, inspired by the legend of Cornelius Gordy, taken on the world's tallest peak, Corpus Muindi. The Mesk legend holds that when the nation is in danger, heroic Gordy shall return and save his people.
Inspect the playing
The
field?
theme of the game is to explore Gordy's climb through the perspective of goats and to ascend to the top of the mountain in a time of trouble.
Okay.
The peak of the mountain is at the top of the playfield. All the balls have small goat icons on them and represent the goats as they race up and down the mountain. Areas around the playfield represent Gordy's climb, places he was said to have camped, which the goats can discover. Get them to the summit. Indeed, think of them as balls.
We'll try one.
It takes a while to get into a rhythm, but pretty soon you're able to keep 3 goat-faced balls in play with relative ease. Go, go, finger boy.
I feel sorry for the goats. If they only knew the kind of guy old Cornelius really was. The kind of a guy who uses the word savages a lot when recounting his travels. A masked nationalist. An avid huntsman too. He was often photographed in his dining hall, surrounded by wall-mounted hunting trophies from every continent. He
Not
also hid his
cool.
wife and kids. Other
That's
people's kids.
very not cool.
Sometimes pets. Hateful little man. But you seem to be having fun.
Your game is definitely improving. The jolly goats are flying all over the board, and although a few plummet to their deaths, you're never left with less than 3.
That's, I guess,
Suddenly,
pretty cool.
A special passage leading to the summit slides open at the top of the board. This is where the balls need to go.
Aim for the passage.
Maneuvering a goat ball into a position for a perfect hit isn't easy. More fall to their deaths. But finally, the opportunity presents itself. One of them gets through.
Oh.
Tiny hammer shatters something inside the machine. Something glass.
What?
An ampoule? The words "pale rupture" light up on the speaker panel, and the machine starts filling with a thick, milky fog. Something's happening.
What have I done?
Congratulations. This is where the game ends. It's a cheap way of getting more money out of the players. A stupid nihilistic finale.
There's so much fog, you can barely see anything. Some is actually leaking out of the machine, and one by one, your goats start slipping, disappearing into the milky nothingness.
That is kind of
Can be
scammy.
navigated. The balls leave almost imperceptible disruptions in the fog. Use them to calculate where they hit next.
Oh?
You're down to your last goat, going mostly by sound. Eyes are useless at this point, but that goat is something special. 5 times you snatch him back from the jaws of death. You're in a perfectly balanced system where neither you nor the pal is able to get the upper hand. This could go on forever.
I am. I've seen it before. Played it too. You will eventually make a mistake and then it's all over.
Ooh.
How, if you can't even see it? The last goat plummets into the fog with almost suicidal glee.
We tried.
There goes nothing, finger boy.
I want to know what happens when we get to the end of the pinball machine.
This small elevator is dimly lit by a bulb that's been glowing for ages. The latticed cage is open, inviting you to step inside.
Look in.
Smells of nougat and sweat. Your head brushes up against the ceiling. There is a control panel to your right, and just enough room for 2 people to fit in.
Going up.
The maintenance card under the control panel reads, Last maintenance, 10th July, 88.
That it does. I say, let's brave it.
It was maintained a long
At
time
the end of the
ago.
last century. Look on the bright side. If it fails, we will only sustain minor injuries. I'm talking 3, maybe 4 months in the hospital. Maximum 5.
Oh my god. Kim, like, I trust you with my life.
Enthusiasm is sarcastic. There are large rectangular buttons, monter, descente, and an international call for emergency assistance. That third one appears to be broken. A small steel plaque reads Halter 800. Halter is a Koningsteiner lift company who went out of business a long time ago.
I wonder what this was used for.
Seems like a small freight elevator for transporting machinery. For that, it's pretty quaint.
Oh, we live? What happens if you win? Apparently, Kim says he's proud of you.
So this is where they brought 40 pinball machines to fix them up, a long time ago. Everything is covered with dust now. The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the shelf.
Looks like they gave up fixing
At some
them.
point, 20 years ago, 15 maybe, before pinball went out of vogue. Looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hostel. There are machines left over.
I guess it makes, like, sense.
Some dust falls off a shelf.
Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works. I've seen one of the hearties bang away at it.
Remember the dice maker? Then that means...
Swansea East Delta Pinball, this was all left over from that.
Ah, yes, as the novelty dice maker said. This has absolutely nothing to do with the case, I'm sure. But I do like a nice little connection.
This could mean that the Welling and Rags really is part of the
If
Doom
that's true,
commercial.
then our cafeteria manager is not going to like it. We should tell him what we found up here, omitting that suspicion. He does not appear to be the kind of man who likes his establishment to be part of a neighborhood ghost story about bankruptcy.
Reasonable thing to not
Stupid
want?
superstition. But still, it would be interesting to see what the cafeteria manager thinks of this. You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop floor.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
Do they have... Let's have a closer
Large
look.
prints, most likely made by Boots. The size is hard to determine. Sole could be bigger than Vamp. The soles have left a pattern, uniform, horizontal lines. This print is unlike one left by a regular worker boot. It is not a brand sole with logos on it. It seems custom-made or old-fashioned.
Doesn't look the Odsal print we found in the hanging, Kim.
The size looks about the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they could be the same person. No, these little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me.
Everything around you is quiet. The prints crisscross the workshop floor.
3 weeks maximum, from the dust coverage. It could easily have been 1 week too. You know, officer, it was a stereo investigation after all. It has now converged with our main investigation, adding a new fact to consider.
What does this mean?
It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route, leading to the roof, from where you can shoot our victim. This is significant. These prints, officer, could be the prints of our killer.
Let's move on.
You can almost see the shape of a man and a woman writhing inside, bathed in drug sweat and dirty linens. Bottles lie around everywhere.
I can see into her room from here.
You can barely see through. Better not to jump to sensationalist conclusions here. The footprints on the floor, however, definitely suspicious.
You lean closer to the peephole instinctively. I bet they're doing something quite unnatural there.
Well, that's for them.
Sensationally unnatural.
None of my business.
This is the inside of the barred door you've seen before.
What's on the other
Unless
side?
we veered off into a folded M dimension, I'm expecting to step out on the roof. We could ask Glacia about this route. See how she reacts?
Folded M dimension, a reference to the popular science fiction series In System. Look who's in a good mood suddenly and reads science fiction.
Do we want to go back down, or...?
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation. Yeah?
Did you know it leads back downstairs to an elevator?
I did not. Do you think this has something to do with what happened?
It's possible.
She keeps looking at the door with a worried expression. The wind ruffles her hair.
A peephole? You mean like a hole in the wall?
Yep.
Yes, looking into your bedroom, miss.
Okay.
A jitter of fear and disgust moves through her body, beginning from her shoulders and ending in her hips. The cigarette tastes foul to her now.
Oh damn, poor girl.
Do you think this is somehow connected to me? Okay. Do you have any way of knowing how long it has been there?
I do not.
Unfortunately, no. But if I were to guess, long enough. The perforation is under the bookshelf on your wall. It should not be hard to cover with some tape.
If it is recent, who do you think made it?
Shit. I don't know. Maybe it's been there for a long time. Maybe the local kids use it or something. I don't know.
She does. She must have some idea.
I'll be fucking covering it up with a lot of tape, that's for sure. Was there anything else back there?
You must have some idea.
Honestly, I have no clue.
Yet, maybe it's something she's keeping for a later move. when she's more sure of herself.
Maybe.
Huh. This isn't good.
There's definitely no local kids tracks.
Okay. I'm glad someone's had fun.
That's all for now.
Thank you. I've put a lot of time and effort into it.
Technically, possession of narcotics is legal in Revachol, but you should still reprimand her.
It's nothing to be proud of.
What did you say?
In Narcomania.
Oh my god. Now it's turning into narcomania. It's got to be serious if it's 2 words. I'm sorry.
That's as far as that goes.
Very
then.
funky. All right.
Let's
Yes, miss. I hope you don't mind.
There's really no
All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself.
way to talk about the tattoo with her.
You made the right call there. It feels good. Pure. I'm talking about your zero-tolerance policy toward the mania of narco. You're in the right there. Powerful stance. Would you like to take it up a notch? Would you like to become an anti-narcomania zealot?
Not really.
Yes, you're pure. Unravaged by narco. Of course, it's pretty obvious you've done a lot of drugs in the past, and will probably do more in the future. But that doesn't matter.
We're going to attempt away from that.
Of course not. You've always been anti-narco militant material. You kept her off a dark course with that interjection. Are you ready to save lives?
Sure.
That's good to hear.
Does not have any narcotics visually as he says it could. Alright, off we go. Right. Oh, we need our journal. We'll talk to Old Man about that. Ask Ruby in the village. Talk to Kim about this, I guess? Yep, love you. Love you too. Hello, sir.
Ah, smallest church in Saint-Saëns, right? Cool. Now, what can I do for you? Another thing. Great. I love those.
What wall?
Upstairs in the secret back room right next to the lady's bedroom.
I'll have it fixed at once. Thank you for letting me know. I assure you, the Whirling does not abide spying on its guests. Thank you. I'll patch it up personally. Was there something else about the establishment? I hope not. Oh, okay. Well, I did hear you make noise back there, so good for you.
Aren't you going to ask me what's back there?
What is back there?
Pinball machines.
Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines by the door came from. And they told me there was some kind of pinball thing here, too. I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean.
Why do you want to explain?
Just wondering if you found pinball machines there.
He was wondering about something business related, about how much money he could make of one.
Makes sense. Think of turning this place back into a pinball arcade?
No, but we could diversify the entertainment options, seeing as you've opened the door back there. Well, the machine we have in the corner now is broken. It wouldn't hurt to get a little life in here, other than the hellish karaoke machine. That one's always causing trouble.
Yeah, those numbers he's adding up must be making good sense to him right now.
Why? No, fuck it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know why these degenerates do what they do. I thought we had one good guest in the building.
It was for a good cause.
Yeah, well, she's not a guest, is she?
What? Did someone mention my name?
We were just paying you a compliment. And finding out a degenerate from room 3 nicked the phone line. Everything is okay here. Good thing that guest pays for her stuff on time. I'll forward her the bill and be done with it. Was there anything else? Yes?
I'm pretty done. Kim, I have a question for you.
Yes?
I shaved.
Yes. I don't know what to say. Perhaps, I'm not really sure about this turn of events. I think the mutton chops might have been a better idea. They sort of seem to cover up some of the...
Yeah, damage. He means damage.
Fair.
Good on you. You were saying?
We need to talk about responsibility.
I'm glad to hear it, Detective. I was wondering when we'd get to this very subject.
We're on the same page
If
then.
you ask me, it's high time for you to set aside these frivolous side tasks and focus 100% of your energies on the case before us.
No, I mean like la responsabilité.
Why are you pronouncing it like that gentleman from the Institute of Price Stabilité? You know what? Forget it. What specifically are you trying to assign responsibility for?
My disaster of a life?
But isn't that your job? Ah, now I understand. Next, I suppose you're going to tell me you need to form a committee to assign this responsibility?
How did you know?
Simple. Because moral intern types love to form committees.
Oh no, I think we're giving up on the moral intern, right?
I'm just a humble law official.
Hey,
I may
Stubby.
work under the moral intern's umbrella, but I'm certainly not qualified.
Welcome on in, friend. We're currently like deep into trying to find the like answer to this murder, but it just keeps on getting more and more complex. What started as a simple like one man was hung by some people from the guild, no, the union, turned into that guy was shot dead and his murder was covered up by those people that hung him. And now we've got to work out who shot him dead.
You know who might be, though? That Mr. Villodrons. The gentleman you met in the young man's apartment. If I were trying to get in touch with the Coalition, I would start by seeking him out. But first you might need to speak with his young companion.
Yeah.
Now, was there anything else?
It's like a reasonably good story. I have, like, my own prediction on how I think it ends, because, like, the reason the Union were angry at this person was because he's part of, like, a 3-man militia squad sent to Union bust, basically. And I think the third person in the squad killed the first person. Alright, we'll leave. We'll have a look at our... Alright, we have to go find the balcony smoker's boyfriend. We don't really need to talk to guard about that. The fisherfolk in the village. Alright, can we go... Fast travel from outside? I believe yes. Go to our map.
Oh look, it's my favorite person! I'm so happy to have you in
my
my
lord!
life. You make the world a better place. You're amazing, don't you forget it. And I just want to tell you real quick. Thank you for being a friend. You're my bestie! Yes! Travel down the road and back again. I love you! Your heart is true. You're a palette of confidence. And a bad bitch! Hey!
Our tenant, the policeman.
Oh, good network. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome on in.
What can I help you with?
Is that BR Count Me? Welcome in, Lazy Dead Snail. Friends, if you didn't know, hello, my name is Barry. I don't particularly vibe with pronouns, but if you need a pair, please use they, them. Right now, we are playing, I will give you a straight-up warning if you didn't know this game, Disco Elysium. At the top of chat, you can see that there is a bunch of trigger warnings. Please stay safe, friends. Ooh, we got some real interesting names today. Is that Aislinn? Detroit Become Human. That is on my list. Yo, thanks for that follow, Argo Network. I think it's like 3rd or 4th down on my list. I'm looking forward to it. But if you did want to stay around, this game is kind of a detective something. Yo, Dead Snail, thanks for that follow as well. Appreciate it. We're like solving a murder mystery, basically, of a man that we didn't know who he was, who got lynched, and then we found out he was part of a mercenary squad doing some union busting. And then we found out that he wasn't actually lynched, he was shot. And so now we're having to find out who shot him. We're currently up the coast talking to like a fishing village because that's where our next lead is. I'm glad you had fun. Friends, don't forget if you've been streaming for a while though. Although we're really near my own self-care break, that like you need to make your body do super cool. Well, here's how it is. I personally have not come to like a proper realization on my gender and the way that I would like to be perceived properly. And so I don't really care if what pronouns are used for me, but some people really need a set. And so like, as someone that would prefer to have one set of pronouns to refer to someone, I've like taken the initiative on myself, like, just use these ones for me. Please let me know if you have any that you want. It's just like a mixture of accessibility for certain neurotypes and, you know, like treat people like you want to be treated. Also, like, if you didn't know about the pronouns extension, feel free to jump into that. And to be able to see other people's, you can download Franca Faces, because it's just like the best extension to use when playing Twitch. Playing
Because
Twitch?
she's blind,
Watching Twitch.
Which you seem to have forgotten.
Oh.
This is my little cinder block town. I know what goes on around here.
So this washerwoman, obviously the elder of the town. No problemo.
She's being evasive. She knows something.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
See, there is a multitude of different options if you, like, hey, Leobox, welcome on in, friend. Hope you're having the most amazing time zone. In the pronouns, there's, like, a he, they. There's some of the more neo-pronouns, which, like, I don't understand, but, like, I'm not against. Go hard. If I wanted to, I could research into those. That's interesting.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other.
Oh, you're right. Ooh.
No, it's not like that, man. With him, we called you. Right now, you just arrived by yourself, like a raven plucking at the window glass.
Listen, it's just nice to, like, add a little positivity in people's life. Just like over on Twitter, most of the things, like 99.9% of the things that I tweet are just, like, positive affirmations. And, like, I've since extended that over to the recently opened up Blue Sky and Threads. And I have plans to start releasing, like, shorts and other short-form content, like TikToks and stuff, with the same thing. This game, I believe, is in a fantasy world that's, like, European coded. There was, like, a little lore about half an hour back that I kind of paid attention to. But it's not really necessary for my enjoyment of the game. So I was just, like, kind of clicking through, semi-listening to it. I see. Excuse me. But you've decided not to tell us.
There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else?
No, this is 2, actually. It's in a circle. Let me, like, whoop. That's the wrong button. This one. Over here, we have circular needles, because I'm knitting a beanie, and it's easier to knit beanies and socks and shit on circular needles than it is on DPNs. This is a merino wool and fake mohair beanie that I'm making for a good friend of mine. Someone that is, like, almost directly responsible for me still being alive today. Listen,
I see, ma'am.
my
I hope you
neurospicy
don't mind
special
if I look
interest
around.
is listening to other people's neurospicy special interests. It is one of my favorite things to do. I have a cool friend that's like a history nerd, and when he goes on about it, I'm like, oh yes, give me those good history facts.
You should look around your shack. Maybe she's rented it out to others.
Ooh, I think I will do that. Right after this self-care ad break. Friends, if you've not been here before, this is the time for you to stand up and have a stretch and move your body around while I go do the same, make sure I'm good. And, of course, if you can't stand up, don't stress yourself. Just stay seated, give yourself a hug, make sure, like, you adjust your posture if you can. During this time, I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads. I get for the pre-rolls of the stream out with discoverability. And of course, thank you all so much for hanging out. Thanks again. Can we... do we just go by Argo, or are you an AGU network? I forgot to ask that earlier. For the raid, though, that was super cool of you, and I appreciate it. sure go sleep. Thank you for stopping by, Dead Snail. Anyone else that, like, really needs to go to bed? Feel free to, like, dip out. I would never in my life dream of holding someone here. Oh.
I can wash it for you, but it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
Sure.
I could use a breather before another rainy day begins.
Yeah, wait.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do.
A sick new clothing
Let's
item?
see. I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you'll have an easier life in your hands.
Probably. Take on me. Take me on. Alright, we see... Oh, this is new.
As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched.
Move it aside.
Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below.
What's in there?
Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand, though. You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand.
This is a bad idea.
Like outside. Fine dust. And then something hard wrapped in paper. A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet.
Oh.
A 9mm
I'll
bullet.
be your number one with a bullet.
Muzzle loaders of
Lollipop complex, tuck it and pull it, we're going down, down. This bullet isn't for a breech loader like the murder weapon.
Isn't interested. Maybe the washerwoman is. You have enough to confront her with. It's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded, ready to fight some cops.
Oh my god. This old lady gonna shoot me. Can I not walk down the steps, please? Thank you. Let's have a look at the, this... Pain threshold and half light up, drama down. Would you have a really high drama? I think it might be better off wearing that one.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
No, they're actually quite soothing, thank you, but...
Damn that girl.
Why is there a bullet? Oh?
A bullet?
Yep, you heard me. Turns to you and gives you a little nod, then turns to the washerwoman.
You didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either.
Oh, it really is her. You rented the
Yes.
room to her?
I let my room to that Ruby girl.
She speaks slowly, wringing out a rag, and after a long silence, her hands move to the water bucket. Some water sloshes over the
As
edge.
I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. We welcome all kinds of people here.
That's reasonable. When was this,
She
though?
came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into, that girl?
That's for the police to find out. Right then, please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
You said she left on Monday?
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think.
She probably heard the Lieutenant's Kanema drive by, and it woke her up, just like it did you.
Yes. That is a downside of having a 130 kilowatt engine. It lets the bad guys know when you are coming.
What is... It's the room exactly as she left
Cleaned
it?
it, like I always do.
Is there anything else in there?
The truth, sire.
What is she like?
She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time. Kept to herself. She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed in her room.
Why do you think she left a bullet there?
How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
Did she leave any technical equipment, like radio stuff?
Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape milieux she'd made. Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff. Even fixed the heater in the shack. You should be thankful for that.
Oh, I am. Where did she go?
I don't know. Further up the coast. She tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north.
It's a peninsula. She might be trapped.
North? So to
You'll
the
never
church?
find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived.
True.
I wouldn't worry about that, ma'am. We are persistent.
She's a needle in a haystack.
It's going to be too much work for you to find her. Better for you to stay here, get a nice cozy fire going in the heater.
No, you can do it. You still have plenty of juice in you before you drop.
Interesting.
Behind the cinder block houses, old pre-war ruins rise to the sky like dark palaces. The wind calls.
Goodbye, Amo.
One thing, officer. If you do find her, please go easy on her.
I mean, I only wanted to talk with her.
She's a good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up in.
Are you sure about that? Went up the coast, explore the coast for signs. Ooh, we can't go around that way. I think we have to go this way. Oh, excuse me. Is there any way past this thing? That's like the dead person pier. There's really nothing there. We could probably check in on the church if nothing else comes this way. So there's a building there. Campfire. Radio tower? Mm. I think that's pretty much it. So we'll go back to that building.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it.
What is
the door
this
hasn't been
thing?
opened in a long while.
It's military. A service depot of some sort.
The door hasn't been opened
The
though.
washerwoman mentioned a depot up the coast. She said it was for moving ammo and cargo across the bay. This might be it.
Oh, interfacing +1. Those are just better though. Alright, so we can't get any more clothing bonuses. I wonder if there's another way into that. Let's go about Ruby in the village. Big building with the world's failed electrical on the side. So that's not what we're looking for. I don't think it's up here either. Wait, did we... Yeah, this is out to the wharf, right? I must have missed something up here. Can we go behind this building? Oh. This is new landmarks. Where is this location? I can't find where it is we're looking for. Is it this way? Oh, here's a world map? Oh, so we can go west from here? Oh, I think this is it. Ooh.
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years.
No.
Lieutenant, can you see what's
I won't even
inside?
try. You know, I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
Ooh, man's blinder than I am. Who is this?
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with. You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
Wait, how did you know about Kim?
Nice to meet you.
Hypertext?
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
Wait, what was that about the windows before?
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall.
You and Kim know each other?
I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers.
Who is this fellow?
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into Worms lately.
Ooh.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
He's got that radio voice.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in 08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
Oh, really? I thought they landed on the other side.
Wow, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the Occidental countries.
Have you seen anything suspicious around?
No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here.
Alright, I respect it.
So you haven't seen anyone around?
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We just arrived anyway.
He's telling the truth. He hasn't seen anyone.
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building.
Oh? He raised his hand to his eyes, springtime sun warming his handsome face. All four of you turned to admire the mirror before you.
What not a lot of people know is, this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Ooh.
It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains.
I see.
They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era.
And why did
Tricentennial
suffer
was
such
beating
a
them in
down
business
soul?
machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve. Or should I say, they were developing an ace up their sleeve? I'm mixing my metaphors here.
Very interesting. Let's get back to
It
this
was here
later.
in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for...
Great.
No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain.
No
A
problem.
very interesting conversation indeed.
Pick your brain. If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever. You see, a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, "Tomorrow is just a whisper away."
Looks like tomorrow never came.
If tomorrow never comes.
Above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice. Feld Electrical. How ironic. All these dark rooms. Feld Electrical. You only know them as a small company that makes ink cartridges. Looks like they used to be big.
Could Ruby be in there?
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there, or in that boat shack, in that church tower, maybe.
But she was like a radio head.
Why single out this one building? Suddenly, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down or gone behind a corner. You only hear distant waves washing the coast. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb.
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village.
So was I.
Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. I think there's people west of here. We could ask them.
Indeed. You hear what sounds like two men arguing where the lieutenant is pointing.
And then there's the church. If I were a murder suspect, I would not hide in the most prominent building here. But who knows? Maybe she's reckless.
Or spiritual. She could be looking for refuge.
Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way. sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village.
And if that failed, what was I attempting to do here?
Trying to talk to the wind, the city. Whatever you thought would happen did not. And now you're just standing there, in the pale of the morning, with your hands fallen to your side. Is trying to talk to...
Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds.
Alright, need to buff up our shivers. Where are they? We can retry this like 3 times. We go to our inventory. Go +2. Anything here that's minus shivers?
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, Feld Electrical, R&D.
Yes?
No, nothing for Kim. Alright, there is a... Is there any other bonuses we can get to this check? We can start the nightclub. Complete the dead body on the boardwalk. Okay, we have to go to the apartment to deliver the bad news. We should be able to TP from like over there. I forgot to do it while I was there. The apartment... We have to go around here. I can't see any numbers on these places.
You hear someone walking around inside.
10.
That isn't just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mezov and the communards during the revolution.
Oh, there's communists.
Even today, half a century after, The star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure.
Why is it upside
To
down?
symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it.
I see. What does it evoke in
You see
me?
noble aims, but also mountains upon mountains of corpses. They should have taken a more measured approach. Also, you're really smart. The price of idealism, unrestrained by humanism. Never again.
I think we might have to go out to the balcony and up? What apartment is this?
A weathered brown door.
Oh.
Something smells good. Soup along yo. The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock.
You're right. Let's talk this through.
He lowers his voice a bit.
Hear some light footsteps and what appears to be a daily weather forecast playing on the radio.
Chances are that whoever is going to greet us behind that door is somehow related to the deceased. This means that our job here is to deliver the death notification, as well as identify the body.
Alright.
Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task.
True.
There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary.
Okay.
Dad, just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
Alright, I'm
The
ready.
lieutenant motions to...
Hello? Who is it?
And someone turns down the radio.
The police. A moment, please give us a moment.
Yep, no problems.
Tidying up. Nervously.
Come in.
That's such a dumb social construct.
It's you from the book stand.
Oh, it's that lady. Oh, I have some
I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink?
Hi, Billy.
Tea, lemonade?
No, thank
We're out
you.
of coffee.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief for now. You're on your own here.
Hold on.
No, I'm Billy. Is this about my husband, Victor? I
Possibly.
can come pick him up in the station if that's what.
Ooh, not quite.
No, this is something much worse. Is he in a hospital? How bad is it?
Still worse.
How about some small talk before you break the news?
Ooh, no, I'm not gonna try a low empathy.
It's me, Victor, and the kids here. We have 2 daughters, Jenny and Jolie.
How old are your daughters?
Jolie is 16 and Jenny is turning 18 next month.
My new horror spicy ass is already bored with the
Girls are
stall
staying
stalk.
at their friend's place tonight. And Victor is out. He has a problem with drinking, and so he disappears every now and then.
Oh, I used to have a problem with drinking.
He's probably in the parks drinking with his friends. I sent him to the library a few days ago, but I guess something came up.
There's something else I have to tell you.
She folds her hands across her chest.
Oh. Can I up my empathy? Nothing has a minus empathy, right?
She looks up, too anxious to say anything.
How have I...
Can't write a scene without knowing the actors. Ask more.
It's me. They came home. The girl...
I'm just gonna, like, click through out of these.
He's probably in the box drinking. No, it shouldn't be long from now. Oh, it's in...
Central Jamrock.
I think... Yeah.
It is.
Just to return a book of mine.
Do something? Break something? It's a fool's hope.
Yes. His old leather jacket. It's just your average brown leather. Yes. The lining is hand-sewn. It's...
She folds her hands across her chest.
Alright, too much small talk was bad.
You've done this before.
Oh, but we've got this.
Just keep your focus.
We won the 50-50, baby. Yo, Remy, welcome on in, friend. I hope you're doing so heckin' good. I'm very sorry to say, but your husband Victor was found.
What did you say?
Sorry.
Oh. Oh. But he was just...
And yet, he is no longer
but
with
he
us.
was just here. Alive.
We understand this comes as a huge shock.
You had a big
I want
sleep
you
in
to know
today.
that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, ma'am.
What happened to him?
There was an accident.
Was he drunk?
We don't know yet. We'll let you know when the results arrive.
I see. And you just found
Sometimes your body just needs to sleep
lying
in.
in the cold. How long had he been there?
A little while.
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever.
Can't have
She
been
blinks,
long.
eyes welling up with tears as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress.
Here.
Bro has like 50 million handkerchiefs.
No, no. I just need to tell my girls.
Unreal.
God. Should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
You might want to tell them tomorrow. Hey, you dupe, welcome on in, friend.
No. A day.
You make me a better person.
Yo, thank you so much for the compliment. Do you want us to call them and ask them here? Take a day to recover. I like this one.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you.
Remy, I believe in you. You will at least get your bedtime down to a respectable 2 a.m.
Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier.
A very good call.
Is there anything else that the RCM could do?
No, 2 a.m.'s a fine bedtime. Get like 8 hours, wake up at 10, plenty of time to do shit in case you need to go outside and be in the real world.
No, I'll call you.
It's also my bedtime.
I'm still...
Alright, process yourself, lady.
Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
I'm very sorry, ma'am.
We should step outside and talk.
Way back when, before you had children. Don't worry, dupe. Give it another, 20 years. You'll be able to stay up till 2 a.m. gaming.
You did well.
What now?
I'll call the station when we're finished with the day, and let them know the name of the deceased.
What about the...
They'll manage.
That's it?
That's it.
Alright.
We should get back to our case now that our duty here is done. Let's go.
Okay, so what other side quests can we finish to get more bonuses to the roll? Meet Lillian in Land's End? I don't know about that. Inspect the traps? Ooh. This'll help. We need to find Morel. Alright, so we can go back to the front of the town, because I don't think we can fast travel from here. No. That's not a bad choice. A good routine to, slow your brain down. Alright, so we go back here, and then we go find the cryptozoologist. Take me to church, I'll worship like a dog. On the western side, past the two large buildings. At the shrine of your lies, I'll tell you my sins, and you can sharpen your knife. Offer me that deathless death. Somewhere down here, I think. Wait, what's this check like now?
The once bright mural towers
Very
above
low.
you.
Past the two large buildings. Oh, so there's a further down.
The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under the earth.
No idea. Could be connected to one of the buildings around here.
Maybe.
We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's mostly collapsed. Revachol sewage system has been built and rebuilt for.
Oh my lord.
In conclusion, she could be under any building.
but not in there.
I hope not.
Here we go. Through here.
Here we go. Nice and
It's
easy.
Morel.
No way out, little guys. Not out of this gem.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
Don't you are the police, man?
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of a scientist.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Hi, Gary.
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it.
You must be Morel.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
Your wife is scared that you'll have
That's
passed from this
sarcasm.
mortal coil.
He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
Lena sent me.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
The 881 is a raised motorway that separates Martinez from Jamrock. The labyrinth of streets underneath it makes it difficult to pass, not like walking over a nice water lock.
I see. Water lock's been fixed. Yeah, we don't need to tell him about our life story.
We should really be getting back. Gary could use a hot shower and a warm bed.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yep.
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Oh, wrong button.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait.
Definitely.
Then we're going.
His hands are large and weather-worn, but also used to delicate, precise work.
Alright, I think we're going to pause this conversation here and save the game. Because like I said earlier, I unfortunately had a bit of a low energy day today. And it would be best for me if we had a shorter stream. Friends, thank you so much for hanging out. This has been great. We've made like a whole bunch of progress. Reached our next like big wall. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, is that Honey live? Yes, let's go say hi to Honey. Fellow Australian streamer. Absolutely wonderful entertainer. Mostly plays Minecraft, but right now he's doing like some custom lobby community building, which is so heckin' cool of him. Well, this is like a very thin thread. There's like 120 stitches a row, so I made some progress. Friends, if you would like to grab hold of the raid message, feel free to. But if that is not your cup of tea, don't worry about it. Just come along with the raid, get your free points. And of course, the socials links up there if you would like some wholesome social medias. And a link to the Discord if that's your cup of tea. But of course, until tomorrow, friends, once again, thank you so much for hanging out. I love you so much. Give yourself a hug. You deserve it. Bye-bye.